Yeah, exactly. So how many of them have collected now?
71.
71.
Yes.
Where are you seeing it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, students. We are continuing with our class today, Philosophy 102. We have been able to treat two topics, and I'm sure many of you have the manual by now. The manual has been on sale for the past 2 weeks, and you have been given assignments on the topics that have been treated. And by the next 2 weeks or so, you are expected to do the assignments on the topics that have been treated, because in the manual, after each topic, there are some questions that you should answer. And your response to those questions is what we are going to grade as which will form part of the continuous assessment. We are also going to do tests as well. So we have looked at the nature of critical thinking. We have also looked at the use of language and forms of language. That was the first topic that Professor Salami took. So for the past 2 weeks or so, Professor Salami Fashiku took you through two topics: meanings, theories of meanings, and theories of definitions. Today, we are going to the third topic, which is disagreement. Disagreement. Background to the topic: as human beings, we exist in the society, and we must interact, we must communicate. But oftentimes, we have some controversies. We do not reason the same way because our reasoning differs. We have been told that one of the major attributes of human beings is the ability to reason. If a human being does not reason, such a human being will not be able to communicate. However, our reasoning capacities differs from one individual to the other. It is the nature of our reasoning that also defines how we understand issues in human society. So our ability to agree when we interact or when we communicate with one another is a natural feature of human beings. And that we are how we coexist with others in human society. Because the truth is that there is no single human being who can exist and survive in human society. And since we must exist and interact with others, there is a need also to agree, at least on terms of different things. However, it is not all the time that we agree. It's not all the time that human beings agree on one point on a particular issue. We do disagree. Now, when we disagree, there will be a need for us to argue or to discuss in order to arrive at a conclusion or an agreed position. So when we agree, that shows that our reasonings are working together. That also demonstrates that we are not completely unreasonable. But when we do not agree, because we do not agree sometimes, that also shows that human beings sometimes can be unreasonable. So human beings at the same time can be reasonable. Human beings also may not be reasonable at all times. So sometimes human beings are unreasonable. So as we exist in human society, we have to cooperate with others, we have to interact with others, and we must reason in order to interact. And we interact on many issues, on many things that ranges from family issues, politics, religion, the economy, policies, government policies, even the way things happen around our environment. We talk about them. But when we engage in all these discussions, we do not agree at all times. So sometimes we disagree, and the argument will become necessary when we disagree. Now, the question is, what is disagreement? especially how we use that word, that concept, or how we treat it as a topic in philosophy, critical thinking course that we are teaching. What is disagreement? When do we disagree? And why do we disagree? I've mentioned the reason why we disagree. We disagree because all human beings are not completely reasonable, and not all human beings are completely unreasonable. So, and then his own reasoning as a person. So, disagreement is a situation whereby two or more people have different opinions. Two or more people have different opinions. It may be about opinions, it may be about beliefs, it may be about our judgments of things, or having different perspectives about a particular issue or about issue or discourse. However, disagreement also occur when two or more individuals do not share the same view on a particular issue, on a particular idea, or during decision making. It's also possible to disagree when two or more people clash in terms of having different ideas, in terms of not holding the same view, in terms of not reasoning the same way. Also, disagreement occurs as a result of having different opinions. When we have different opinions, we disagree because we do not have the same opinion. So when our opinions differ from one person to the other, they are bound to disagree. So a disagreement also can be seen as a type of conflict between two or more people. Between two or more people. Having given you a what is disagreement, why we disagree, what and what are responsible for disagreement when they do occur. There are at least 3, 4, 5 of them, or they could be more than that. The first one is poor communication skill. We know that we have different ways of communicating. There are some people that when they present an idea, you will quickly understand what they have said because they are exact. They communicate well. They have good skills to transmit an idea so that the next person will understand it. But by the time there is a breakdown in communication, somebody is communicating, the other person is not understanding him. The person who do not understand is not likely to agree with the person who is communicating, because when you do not understand what somebody is saying, that means you will not be able to flow. And when you do not flow with such a person or what the person is saying, you are likely not going to accept or understand what the person is saying. And when you do, the person did not communicate well, you will disagree with the person because you do not understand. Then lack of common understanding. They say understanding differs from one individual to the other. The way we understand things differs. There are some people that immediately you say something, they will grab it. But there are some people that you need to try over and over again to explain and explain and explain and explain, because we have different levels of understanding. When somebody has a low IQ, the person is not likely to pick things or understand things immediately. You have to explain and explain and explain over and over again. Those are the two causes. Then the next one is when somebody is communicating and the person is expecting, has high expectation, is expecting what the person he's communicating with cannot even provide or may not even understand, or he is unclear, or what he's trying to, the message he's trying to pass is unclear. When it is unclear, the person he's communicating to is not likely to get what he's saying, and there will be a disagreement. But if he's able to explain very well, if he's able to pass the message very well in a language that the person can understand better. The person will not disagree with him or her, or there will be no need for disagreement. Then another cause of disagreement is power play and manipulations. Sometimes people will know the truth, but they want to use power to suppress and tell you something. And then when you are sure of something, and somebody is trying to manipulate issue and tell you, no, 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 this is the way it is. Whereas you know it is not that way from your own understanding. You are likely to tell the person, no, I do not agree. And it will still be a genuine disagreement. Then, when somebody is also communicating, as human beings, just like the first topic says, use of language and forms of language, we're communicating through a medium, and that medium is language. When somebody is not consistent in using language, that is likely also to lead to disagreement. Inconsistency in the use of language. Inconsistency in the use of language. That when you present a fact or when you present an issue, and there is a contradiction, or what people know, you are trying to contradict it, you are trying to say something that is not consistent from what they have known, they are likely to disagree with you. So those are some of the causes of disagreement in philosophy. Now we move to, there are some conditions that obtains in human conversation. The first one is a possibility whereby two or more people hold the same view or opinion. If I have the same view, or if two of us or three of us are discussing, or we are debating, or we are communicating, and we hold the same view, in that regard, there is no disagreement. And it's a possibility. In most cases, people agree, but sometimes they disagree. So the first possibility is that two or more people may be holding one view or the same view or opinion or the same idea. In that regard, they are agreeing. There is a disagreement. There is no disagreement in that regard. And when there is an agreement, that means there is no disagreement. And when there is no disagreement, there will be no need for argument. So that's the first condition. We can interact, we can have a conversation, and nobody will dispute anything because we hold the same view, and everybody is seeing that view, and everybody agrees on that view. In that regard, I say there is no disagreement. The second possible condition is a situation whereby two or more people hold different views. One of them is right, one of them is wrong. And in that case, there will be a disagreement. Because when one person is right and the other person is wrong, such a situation leads to disagreement. That means one person is trying to say, I am the one who is right. The other person is obviously wrong. Because when one person is right, the other person must be wrong. Two of them cannot be right, and we say there is a disagreement. No, there is a disagreement when one person is right and the other person is wrong. That's when we have a disagreement. And both of them cannot be right. Both of them cannot be right. Otherwise, if both of them are right, that means there will be agreement. There is no disagreement. Both of them are right. We have agreement. One person is right, one person is wrong. We have disagreement. That's the second possible condition. The third possible condition is a situation whereby two or more people hold different views, but both of them are wrong. It is a possibility that two or more people can hold different views about a particular issue, and both of them will still be wrong. And it is possible that both of them will be wrong and there is a disagreement because none of them is seeing the truth value of the statement that the other person is making or about the issue at stake. So that means two people can be wrong and there will still be disagreement. It is not only when one person is right and the other person is wrong that there is a disagreement. Two people can be wrong about a particular issue and both of them can be wrong and there will still be disagreement. a situation whereby one person, we have Mr. A and Mr. B. One of them says the author of the trial of Brother Jero is Chinua Achebe. And the Mr. B is saying that the author of the trial of Brother Jero is J.P. Clark. Is J.P. Clark. We can see that the two of them are wrong. But there is still disagreement because they have not been able to say who is the real author of the trials of Brother Jero. Because we know that the author of the trial of Brother Jero is Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka. Whereas none of them have been able to say the correct answer. So none of them, two of them are wrong, but there is still a disagreement because the issue at stake is still not resolved. So that's the third possibility. Then we have to note that it is important for us to note that two parties can be wrong and there is a disagreement. I've said that. And two parties also can be wrong and there will be no disagreement sometimes. Two parties can be wrong and there is no disagreement. And two parties can be wrong and there will be a disagreement. So it depends on the situation. These are the three possible conditions that obtains when we talk about disagreement. I don't know if we have any questions so far. Should I continue? If you have any question, you can send in your question. But so far, we have been able to look at the background to disagreement, how we disagree when we communicate in human society, how sometimes what leads to or what are the causes of disagreement, and how sometimes also we agree, which shows that we are completely reasonable and sometimes completely unreasonable. That we cannot say that, human beings, at all times we are reasonable. And also, we cannot say that at all times we are unreasonable. The reason is that we as human beings can be reasonable sometimes, some human beings, and sometimes can be unreasonable. And that's why everybody at all times is not reasonable. So our ability as human beings to agree sometimes is a demonstration that we are reasonable sometimes. Then our ability also sometimes not to agree is also a demonstration that we are sometimes unreasonable. So you can send in your questions as we are moving on. Then there are different types of disagreement, especially in philosophical discourse. We have different types of disagreement. But we have to note this. In classifying different disagreements in philosophical discourse, we have to take note of two things. That number one, we classify disagreements according to the way they arise. That's the first factor we must look at. The way disagreements arise in philosophy is what we should look at. Then also the second factor is how the disagreements can be resolved. In what way can it be resolved? I said the first factor is the way they arise in philosophy, and also the way they can be resolved. We should take note of those two factors because the two factors, the way disagreement arise and the way they are resolved, goes a long way to determine the type of disagreement that we are engaging in. So let me pause and respond to a question that I have here. There is a question here. Is there a situation where both are right, but there is still disagreement? Maybe due to them saying different things, though they are correct. If two of them are right, there is no disagreement because they are already agreeing. And I have said it, that when there is agreement or when they both agree, there will be no disagreement. So, and when there is agreement, there will be no need to argue. It is only when there is agreement that there will be a need to argue. So the next I will still be expecting your question. The next thing will be types of disagreement. Types of disagreement. We have different types of disagreement that varies from factual disagreement, verbal disagreement, evaluative disagreement, and also interpretative disagreement. Interpretative disagreement. The first one, which is factual disagreement, which is the commonest one. The commonest one, factual disagreement, is talking about, it's about facts in the world. It is about facts in the world. And it is a type of disagreement whereby a dispute arises or occur between two people about interpretation, about a misunderstanding, or about even the way they present data in the world or events, or each person present evidence, such that they talk about how to determine the true state of affairs. The other one may say something is up, and the other one is saying something is. What some of the things we should note about factual disagreement is that in most cases it is about observable events. It's about, if a disagreement is about observable events in the world, then you should start thinking about factual disagreement. It could be about legal matters or legal cases. It could be about scientific debates. It could also be about analysis of data, or also about disputes about policies or government policies, such that each person will be saying, this is the way it is. The other person will be saying, this is the way it is. And how do we resolve factual disagreement? We can resolve factual disagreement by appealing to facts in the world, appealing to evidences in the world. And it could be in form of principles. It could be in form of observable evidence like artifacts. It could also be about statistics, or making consultations with documents. And sometimes it will be about appealing to records. I don't know how many of you that have been to the library. For example, when you are arguing about the author of a book, you are arguing about the author of a particular book. The other person is mentioning a name of an author, the other person mentioning the name of an author, and you people cannot agree or resolve it. What do? You can go to the library. And when you go to the library, what you will do is you look for the book itself and then look for the name of the author. When you can resolve such an disagreement, it is possible to resolve it because it's about factual evidence. And when it is about factual evidence, it can be resolved by appealing to that evidence, appealing to that book, getting that book, and checking the name of the author. So that by the time you check the name of the author, you will realize that one of you must be right and the other person must be wrong. And if two of you are right, then there was no disagreement, or there is no disagreement at all. But as long as one of the disputants is right and the second person is wrong, then there is a disagreement, and it's about factual disagreement. Then it's not only about appealing to or going to the library, even also scientific issues or geological data. You can appeal to those in order to resolve factual disagreements. I mentioned earlier that the first factor you should look out for is the way the disagreement arises. The second factor is the way the disagreement can be resolved. That will determine the type of disagreement. That means for you to know the type of disagreement that a particular disagreement is talking about, you have to appeal to two factors. The first factor is the way the disagreement arises. Then the second one will be the way it is being resolved. And now we are talking about factual disagreements. Anytime you are arguing about facts in the world, you are arguing about evidences in the world, you are arguing about interpretation of observable something, or principles, or artifacts, or documents in the world, those are observable things in the world. Just know that it is about factual disagreement. And then another way is the next question will be, how do we resolve it? Since it is a factual disagreement, we resolve it by appealing to facts, appealing to evidences in the world. The example I just gave about going to the library is one of them. And also appealing to geological data or even consulting books. Everybody will observe it. Factual disagreement also may arise as a result of our beliefs. What we believe, our beliefs may differ, and it will still be factual disagreement. Also, when we do not have sufficient evidence, or when somebody is saying, I'm sure of this, the other person is saying his own view, but they are not agreeing. The next thing will be, do we consult first about that matter at stake, about that issue, so that we know who is right and who is wrong? For example, one of the examples is about how did the sun arise? Does the sun arise from the east, or does the sun set in the east? When we look at that, we know it's about evidence in the world. It's about occurrence in the world. So Mr. A is saying the sun rises in the east, and Mr. B is saying the sun rises in the west. The question we should ask ourselves is there a disagreement? And if there is a disagreement, how did it arise? And if we know how it arose, the next question will be, how can we resolve it? When we look at such a disagreement about whether the sun arises in the east or in the west, we will find out that the disagreement is about where the sun rises from and how it is. And we will also know that it is about fact. And what do we do to resolve such a disagreement? To know who is right between Mr. A and Mr. B when we talk about how does the sun rise. So to resolve such a disagreement, the two parties, Mr. A and Mr. B, we need to get to the fact about where the sun rises. This involves what they can do. It involves observation. By looking at the position of the sun, two of them can go out and see, oh, this is the side that the sun is rising from. This is the side that is not coming from. And when they do that, they will be able to disagreement. Because I said earlier that factual disagreement is about observable things in the world. It's about observation, and we can resolve it by observing things in the world. And this, we have said, it involves carrying out observation by looking at the position of the sun with the aid of compass. So we should note that in factual disagreements, if it is really about factual, we can also resolve it factually. So the example also I used earlier about the author of a book. When we say Wole Soyinka is the author of Things Fall Apart, that's the view that Mr. A is holding. Mr. A is saying, I am very sure the author of Things Fall Apart is Professor Wole Soyinka. And Mr. B is saying, no, you have gotten it wrong. Chinua Achebe is the author of Things Fall Apart. So when we see two people arguing this way, what do? What should come to our mind? What should come to our mind is, what is leading, or how did the disagreement arise? The first thing is that the disagreement is about confirming who is the real author, who is the genuine author of Things Fall Apart. Why Mr. A is saying it is Wole Soyinka, Mr. B is saying no, it is Chinua Achebe. And I said earlier that the next thing we should do is to look for how to resolve it. When Mr. A and Mr. B, what they need to do is to approach the library. And when they approach the library, they should try to locate the book. When they locate the book, Things Fall Apart, they will check the name of the author. When they check the name of the author, they will find out who is the real author, who is the genuine author in the book. And when they do that, the dispute definitely will disappear because they will see the name of the author. And in resolving factual disagreement generally, we have to make consultation about facts. We have to consult documents. We have to also go to relevant places sometimes. It may not be about consulting books. It may not be about going to a marketplace. It may not be about um, consulting documents. Sometimes we search for other relevant facts. It all depends on the issue in question and the area of inquiry where we are looking for evidence of what we settle the disagreement. There are many examples. Another one is uh, when we disagree or when there is a disagreement between Mr. A and Mr. B about the location, our Obafemi Awolowo University, where is it located? Is it located in Ondo State or your state or Osun State? Mr. A is saying OAU as a university, Obafemi Awolowo University, is located in Osun State. And Mr. B is saying, no, 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 you are wrong. How can you say Obafemi Awolowo University is located in Osun State? It is rather located in Oyo State. If we look at it, the disagreement is about facts that can be confirmed. And we can also resolve it by appealing to facts. So what do we do when we have two disputants or arguers who are saying, the first person is saying OAU is located in Osun State, and the second person is saying OAU is located in Oyo State? What do? They are about facts. We are talking about the location, and they can confirm. How do we resolve such disagreement? Mr. A and Mr. B are arguing about the location of OAU. They can appeal to historical facts or documents, or even archival materials, what they call archive in history, to ascertain the location or the state in which OAU, Obafemi Awolowo University, is being located. And when they do that, they will confirm the location of OAU. Where is it situated? Where is it located? And the disagreement will vanish or disappear. So generally, how do we resolve factual disagreements in different disciplines? We have said it earlier that factual disagreements can arise in the sciences. It can also arise in law, in legal practices. Factual disagreement also arise in education, so in different places. So the area or the aspect where this factual disagreement arises will also depend on how it can be resolved. For example, in the sciences, for us to resolve a factual disagreement, we have to depend on observation and statistical data that have already been confirmed and documented. In the history or in historical discipline, we can also resolve factual disagreement by making reference to archival materials. If we go to the history of department or any department of history, we will find out that they have a place that they call archives, where they document all archival materials, such that whatever you are looking for about facts, you can get them in such documentation. What of in literature and literary studies? We also appeal to relevant texts or passages or documents. Sometimes in literature, they will ask you, they will make a statement and say, and who made this statement and then what occasion? You may say, such a statement was made by this so person, or was made in this book or novel. But who is the author? You start mentioning different authors. For you to confirm that, when there is a disagreement, you will need that text in order to confirm. That's a factual disagreement as well. Then there could be another way of resolving it, which are resolve even a factual disagreement in a classroom or by reading or in a reading room. by consulting books. We can consult books in order to resolve factual disagreements. Generally, also, in factual disagreements that arise in law, or that involve legal matters, we can also appeal to what they call exhibits or legal precedents, or written statutes. Legal precedents are cases that are classical cases that have been judged before and that have gotten ruling, or cases that are similar to the one at present that they have used to rule or to conclude cases. They will serve as standards whereby we can refer to. And that's why you see in 1970, this, a similar case between this social person and this social person. It's not far from a kind of case that we are deciding now. How did they resolve it then? You can now make reference to their resolution then, to the judgment that was passed then. So we use legal precedents, we use status, and we also use the Constitution, because every law must be a derivation from the Constitution. And so we appealed also to Constitution in order to resolve factual disagreement. And the factual disagreement also can be resolved in legal matters, in court of law, because they will go to court, those who are disagreeing, they will go to court, they will look into documents about other interpretation, about a facts or some facts that they are disagreeing upon, so that those that understand better will help them to interpret some of the documents. So there are also common examples about factual disagreements. When we talk about factual disagreements, like when we talk about crime, when we talk about dispute involving vehicle speed or accident, contract dispute, and also civil disputes, all of them are still under factual disagreement. All of them are still factual disagreement. If we have questions, we can be raising our questions so that I'll be responding as we are moving on. So having talked about factual disagreements, which is in most cases the commonest one, we are going to move now to the next will be verbal disagreement. Verbal disagreements. Of course, as the name implies, verbal disagreements are about verbal disputes. Oftentimes, philosophers or in philosophical discourse, we say that verbal disagreements are not genuine disagreements. The reason is that verbal disagreements are about use of words such that one person is using one word in a different sense from the way the other person is making use of it. So that's why we say they are mainly about verbal disputes. And they occur. Verbal disputes occur when two parties disagree on facts, but are not actually divided over the distinction or usage of key concepts. They are actually divided, not that they are not actually divided. They are actually divided. They are disputing about what is the meaning of these social concepts. What is the meaning of this social term? What is the meaning of this particular word? The dispute sometimes disappear once the language is clarified. You just need to look for the word that is causing the dispute, so that when the two of them try to interpret the word or explain the word, one person explain the word for the other person to understand, so that I can be on the same page on what the other person is saying about the word. Once two of them can agree on the meaning of that particular word and they are on the same page, the disagreement is likely to disappear. That means what I said earlier about how disagreements rise and how they are being resolved. That means when we have verbal disagreement, it can also be solved verbally, in the sense that we look for the troublesome word that leads to that disagreement, such that one person will make the other person, or we try to explain to the other person to understand the word that they are disagreeing on, to understand the concept or the time or the term that they are not agreeing together on. I said the dispute will disappear, the disagreement will disappear once language is used to clarify the underlying beliefs that underline that disagreement. And verbal disagreements are distinguished from other disagreements, from like factual disagreement. Verbal disagreements are not as substantive as factual disagreement. Factual disagreements are more substantive because factual disagreements are about facts or documents in the world, but verbal disagreements are about utterances, the way we present words, the way we present concepts, the way we present terms. So the two key aspects of verbal disagreements, number one is definition, the way we use word to define an object, the way we use word to explain some things, the way we use terms to explain things in the world. That's what we mean by definition. That means the first thing that we should look out for when we talk about verbal disagreement is how do we use word to define things? Hmm? Then the second one will be about identification. When we define things, the way we define things, what the words we have used to define them, are they actually identifying that thing the way they are in the world? Those are the issues that lead to verbal disagreement. And the definition, the aspect of definition, when we talk about verbal disagreement, is about a debate or dispute where parties use different meanings or ascribe different meanings to a particular word or a particular concept, such that the other person is using the word in a different way from the way the other person is using it. The second aspect, which is about identification, is about how do identifying what you have described or what you have explained, whether it correlates or it coheres to what you are being say, what you are talking about in the world. If we are able to identify the way things are being defined in the world, especially the way we use our words to do it or the concepts that we are using, the disagreement will disappear. And after the definition of the term or word, the two of them will agree upon a particular definition. The disagreement will disappear. We should note that when two persons or two people are discussing, and one of them uses a word in a particular way, different from the way the other person uses that same word, it will make it incompatible, the way they use words. So verbal disagreements concerns mostly the use of words rather than description of the word. And that's why it is not as fundamental as factual disagreement. It is not as substantive as factual disagreement. In fact, oftentimes it is said that verbal disagreement is not really a disagreement because what appears to be disagreement can be cleared up by understanding the way each of them use word. Maybe one person is using it in an ambiguous way, and once such an ambiguous word is identified and they have a mutual understanding or interpretation of such word, in the sense in which they are specifying the use of the word, the disagreement will disappear. It is about the right use of word, right application of word. When we do that, the disagreement will be settled. The disagreement will be settled. And in such a case, the disagreement about word is easy to resolve if two parties who are engaged in a verbal disagreement can understand or listen to each other about the use of words. Let me give some example. The first example says between Mr. A and Mr. B, two of them are arguing. The first person When workers are not collecting salary that is enough to take care of them, such a country is subjecting her citizens or her workers to slavery. That's the interpretation of that Mr. A has given. But Mr. B says, no, 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 no. I wonder why you are so ignorant. There is no slavery in Nigeria. Nobody is sold for money. This is a case of verbal disagreement. We know one person is using the concept, the term, the word slavery to mean when workers are not paid well, when workers are being paid peanuts, when workers are being paid money that is enough to take care of them. But the second person is saying, no, that slavery means when somebody is being sold for money. That slavery is about when somebody is giving out in exchange for money. Mr. A used slavery to mean when workers are not being paid well. Now we can see that the two of them are using the two concepts, slavery, in different ways. Using the two concepts, it's still one concept, but they are using it in different ways. The first person, Mr. A, says slavery is about being paid a wage that is not enough to take care of such a worker. And for that reason, such a country is not doing well. Such a country that pays small wage is enslaving the citizens or the workers. But the second person believes that what we read in history about slave trade, that when you give out a human being in exchange, or when the human being is sold in exchange for money, that's what is slavery. So we discover in this case that the troublesome word now is now slavery, such that what they are disputing about, the disagreement that is occurring here is about the right use of the concept slavery. We should know that two of them in different contexts can be right. Two of them in different contexts can be right. But in this context now, they are disagreeing what it means or what slavery means. Does it mean when workers are being paid, workers of a particular country are being paid small wages or peanut that is not capable of taking care of them? So who is right and who is wrong? What we have to do is to look for how two of them can understand in the context in which they are having their discussion or conversation, how they can also interpret or explain the meaning of slavery so that the other person will understand the other person, the context in which they are using the word. And that's what we mean by verbal disagreement. If they are able to, if Mr. A is able to explain to Mr. B that what I mean by slavery. In fact, we should also know that if in different contexts, especially when we want to be hyperbolic, we can be right when we say that a country that is not paying well, paying its workers well, is also a part of slavery. But in this context now, they are disagreeing about the concept slavery because two of them are using it, the concept slavery, in different senses. And when they identify that troublesome word, which is slavery, and explain and they interpret the two, and two of them come to understand the context in which it is being used. The slavery that Mr. A is talking about is not about selling out human beings in exchange for money. When they do that and they understand and they reason together that, oh, this is the sense in which he's using this concept, and now understand. Once two of them understand the context in which they are using it and they agree, that would be the end of that verbal disagreement. So another example is also about our president. He has been impeached. Somebody said, Mr. A said, President Tinubu has been impeached many times in the newspapers. All his policies have been criticized in the Sun newspapers, in the Tribune, and the Guardian newspaper. What do we mean now by impeachment? Mr. B is saying I think you are wrong. President Tinubu has never been impeached. I have read through all the records of National Assembly, and I am yet to see one in which he has been found guilty and charged. This shows that the context in which they are using Mr. A and Mr. B are using the concept of impeachment differs. There is a disagreement here. Mr. A is saying, I've read it. They have passed vote of no confidence in Tinubu. In fact, from the different newspapers that I have read, Tinubu has been impeached without knowing that impeachment, you can pass vote of confidence in somebody. That does not mean you have impeached somebody. That is your own personal view. It can be written in a newspaper. In fact, sometimes we see commentators, social critics, even protesters saying, Tinubu resign, Tinubu, you have not done this, Tinubu has not done that. That's what Mr. A is saying, that passing vote of no confidence, the president has not done well, there is insecurity in the land, amount to impeachment. But Mr. B is saying that before somebody can be impeached, that's his own understanding of impeachment, it must go through the National Assembly, because there is a procedure, and they must get two-thirds of the members of the National Assembly, the legislators who will vote before the president can be impeached. It must go through legal procedure. It must go through legislative procedure before you can say a president or an elected leader is impeached. So the two of them are using the same word, but giving it different meanings. So if they identify the word, in this case now is impeachment, what does impeachment means? Is Mr. A right and Mr. B is wrong? Or is Mr. B right and Mr. A is wrong? Who is wrong and who is right? They should also try to explain to each other what each person means by impeachment. When they do that, and the other person and two of them have mutual understanding about the use of that word, the disagreement will disappear. The disagreement will disappear. So we also have two types of verbal disagreement. The first one is implicit one. The second one is explicit one. The implicit one is the type of verbal disagreement whereby the disputants do not even realize that they are engaged in a verbal disagreement. They are using the same word or concept differently. That's the first type of verbal disagreement. Then explicit verbal disagreement is the type where those who are engaged, the parties, directly or indirectly debate about the definition of a particular word. The implicit one, they may not even know the way the other person is, or that they are using the same word but in different meanings, giving it different meanings. But the explicit one is that they are disagreeing about a particular word. This person, they know, but in the implicit one, they may not know. They are not likely to know. So verbal disagreement, as we know, is very common. It's very common. In our conversation every day, we engage in verbal disagreement, trying to let the other person to understand what we are trying to say. Because when we go back to causes of verbal disagreement, disagreement, we realize we made mention of something about understanding, communication, lack of understanding, even power play. Those are what also contribute. Because sometimes somebody who is more learned may be using his power to say, since I'm an authority in this area, I can say anything and the other person will accept it. It does not happen so sometimes. The person may disagree with you and the person may actually be right. So verbal disagreements, they are particularly relevant in philosophy because many debates are frequently presented verbally. We talk, we meet in classroom, we debate about issues, we debate about ideas, we debate about meanings, we debate about also definitions. When we do that, most often we engage in disagreement, and such a disagreement is known as verbal disagreement. So how do we resolve verbal disagreements? How do we resolve verbal disagreement? There are three ways we can resolve verbal disagreement, and there are three major steps we can take in order to resolve verbal disagreement. The first one is we should look for that ambiguous word, locating ambiguity. There must be a word that is ambiguous. Ambiguous in the sense that the other person is using it in the way the other person does not understand it. So when we locate that ambiguous word, what we have to do is to identify that specific word which is ambiguous. Remember the two examples that we have looked at. The way Mr. A and Mr. B use the concept slavery, the word slavery, the term slavery is different. The way the two of them use they have different ways in which they understood slavery. The second example is also about impeachment. The two of them use the same word, the concept impeachment, the word impeachment, whereas the word impeachment is what is ambiguous there. Ambiguous in the sense that they are using it in different ways. They do not understand each other. Then the second way how we can resolve verbal disagreement is after identifying the ambiguous word, the ambiguity, we now try to explain. We now try to define the terms after identifying them. And that we have to clarify the definitions used by both parties. In that case, each side will present his own case. Each party will present his own case. So when one party defines his own, the other party will define his own. If they are actually disagreeing, we will find out that the other person has used the word in a different way from the way the other person has used it. And when we do that and clarify, and two of them are on the same lane, the same page, and they understand each other, the disagreement will disappear. So the third way, again, is to have a refocus. Having a refocus means you have to redirect the discussion to underline by presenting more facts about issues, by attending to the use of language, and also by resolving the way languages are being used in multiple ways, metalinguistic difference, which is about meaning, which is about the terms, which is about the concepts, which is about the language, and which is about the word that they have used. There is no way we can clarify or we can agree or we can resolve verbal disagreement if we discuss or if we define issues or if we define concepts outside the context of the community that we are living. Because every community have their own way of resolving issue. Every community have their own register. You cannot be interpreting your own word aside the way the community is making use of it, because it is in the context of the society we are living, it is in the context of the community that we are living, that we must pattern our language. Any language must occur in a particular community, in a particular society. There is no language that is outside the community. That means you are not communicating. A language must be situated in the context of the community, in the context of the society. And that's why it will be possible to resolve verbal disagreement, because each party in a dispute, in a disagreement, must speak in the language of the community and also in the context in which the community views that word or define that word. Otherwise, there will be no agreement at all. The community is the final arbiter, because every individual exists in a community or in a society whereby we have norms, and our norms also are expressed in language. We want to resolve verbal disagreement, we must do that in the context in which the community or the society has defined those issues. So from the examples we have given, what is needed to be done is not is the example about disagreement on impeachment, about slavery. What we need to do in order to resolve this is to identify and specify the ambiguous terms. After identifying and specifying, we have to define them. Defining them must be in the context of the community, must be in the context of the society, And when we do, we focus it for use so that there will be a mutual understanding. And when there is a mutual understanding, there will be an agreement. And when there is an agreement, the disagreement will then disappear. So, and by so doing, the disagreement will disappear because it's about verbal disagreement. We don't need to present facts. What we need to present is to identify, what we need to do is to identify the ambiguous word. After identifying the ambiguous word, the next thing you do is to define the word so that there will be mutual understanding. And when we have mutual understanding, that will be the end of that disagreement. I hope we are following. If you have questions, you can also send your questions. I'll be responding as we are moving on. The next type of disagreement is evaluative. Evaluative disagreement. Evaluative disagreement. This evaluative disagreement has three kinds. But before we move to the kinds of evaluative disagreement, we have to define what is evaluative disagreement. Why is it a type of disagreement? When we say something is evaluative, it's trying to assess a standard. When we evaluate, we assess a standard. When we evaluate, we also present an issue in terms of judgment. Also, when we say evaluative, we are also saying that something must go along in a particular way. So evaluative disagreements are types of disagreement that involves parties or disputants over matters of maybe about, it could be about taste, it could be about aesthetics. Aesthetics is about beauty. It could be about morality or values. So when we have participants who hold or who are talking about different views on the appropriateness or standard of something, rather than empirical facts, what we have is evaluative disagreement. Because evaluative disagreement is not just about facts, it's also about standard. And the category of disagreement that are about evaluative sentences or expressions of moral judgments, some of them are like that. I will break them down. Some of them are about expression of taste. Some of them are also about our epistemic standard. Some of them are also about the standard of the speaker himself. When we have a disagreement about standard, about judgment, about aesthetics, about appropriateness of something, all of them are called evaluative. And the evaluative disagreement is of three variants. It has three kinds. The first one is ethical evaluative disagreement. The second one is aesthetic evaluative disagreement. And the last one, the third one, is pragmatic evaluative disagreement. These three kinds are under evaluative disagreement. And we have said evaluative disagreement could be about standard. It could be about aesthetics. It could be about moral judgment. It could be about expression of taste. It also could be about our epistemic understanding. Now, the first one we are going to look at under evaluative disagreement is ethical evaluative disagreement. Some of you have taken a course in ethics or still taking a course in ethics, or some of you did in the first semester. Ethics generally is talking about human conduct. It is about morality of human conduct. It is concerned with evaluation of what human beings do in the society, evaluation of human conduct. And when we evaluate human conduct, we want to say whether that human conduct, what human beings have done, the action human beings have carried out, whether it is good, whether it is bad, whether it is right, whether it is wrong, whether it is just, whether it's unjust, whether it is fair or unfair. Sometimes some of you will say, sir, you are not being fair to me. Sir, I wrote the same thing in the exam with my friend. He scored 79, and you scored me 52. So when you are doing that, you are already evaluating what your lecturer did. You are already setting a standard, a moral standard. And you do that in the context of whether it is right, whether it is wrong, whether it is good, whether it is bad, whether it is fair, whether it is unfair, whether it is just or unjust. When you see concepts like that, moral concepts like right, wrong, just, unjust, fair, unfair, when you do that, you are already engaged in evaluation. And what you are evaluating is human conduct. We say that when any of these evaluative terms leads to disagreement, we have evaluative ethical disagreement, or moral, which is a moral disagreement. And moral or ethical evaluative disagreement is about two speakers. It's about two speakers. Both of them cannot be right at the same time. Both of them also, for there to be a disagreement, one must be right, one must be wrong. That their rightness or wrongness of an action must be about institution, it must be about action, it may be about a person being good or bad, a person's character being right or wrong, it may be about a person being moral or immoral, it may be about a person being just or unjust, it may be about a person being fair or unfair, it may be about a person performing an action that is praiseworthy or blameworthy. So when we engage in a discussion, or when we engage in a disagreement that is about moral standard, or we are evaluating a situation in somebody's character that is about the moral standard of what somebody has done, we are engaging in ethical evaluative disagreement. Let's look at one example. Two people are involved in a disagreement. Mr. A is saying, Bimpe is a good girl. Bimpe is a good girl. And Mr. B is saying, Bimpe is a good girl. Mr. A is saying that she is constructive and quiet. That means, according to Mr. A, when somebody is constructive and quiet, the person is morally good. The person is morally good. But Mr. B is saying it is not true. Bimpe, I know, is a bad girl. She does not relate well. She is an introvert. So Mr. B is saying when somebody is an introvert, when somebody keeps to himself or herself, such a person cannot be said to be a morally good person. But Mr. A is saying since Bimpe is constructive and quiet, it shows that she's a good girl. Now, how do we know who is right between Mr. A and Mr. B? First thing we should know is that they are having a disagreement, and the disagreement is about judging the character of Bimpe, of a girl called Bimpe, or any person. Does it mean that when somebody is good when he or she is constructive and quiet? Or does it mean that when somebody just keep to himself, is an introvert, the person is a bad girl? So who is right and who is wrong between Mr. A and Mr. B? First thing we should know is that the disagreement here is over about ethical evaluation of the terms good, which Mr. A and Mr. B, in their own way, defines differently. To Mr. A, good is defined as being quiet and constructive, while to Mr. B, being good means relating well and not being an introvert. If we look at the disagreement now, it is about how do we define when somebody is good and when somebody is bad. Mr. A is saying that when you are constructive, when you are quiet, you are a good person. Mr. B is saying, no, you cannot be a good person. You are a bad person. You cannot be a good person when you are quiet, when you are introvert. That shows that you are a bad person. So what we should note here now is that there is a disagreement. How do we define good, which is a moral concept. And we said this can be resolved by reconciling their views, by reconciling their differences. What does it mean for a person to be good? What does it mean for a person to be good? When we state that, what it means for a person to be good, that will reconcile their positions. And when we reconcile their positions, when we define what it means for a person to be good, setting a moral standard now, that will resolve the disagreement. And that the resolution of that ethical evaluative disagreement will lead to the disappearance of that disagreement. And when we do that, what we are engaging is we are trying to define ethical standard, and we are dealing with ethical principle. And the ethical principle or concept that we are talking about here is moral good. Moral good. What is good? When do we say somebody is good? Because we can say somebody is good, we can say somebody is bad, we can say somebody is just, and when somebody is not just, the person is unjust. When somebody is good, the person will not be bad. When somebody is fair, the person will not be unfair. So all these are trying to set a certain standard. Even in philosophy, in ethics, the moral theories that we normally study, each of them is prescribing or evaluating, trying to tell us that there is a certain moral standard that we must imbibe. I hope we are all following. So the next, what we should also know that generally, in common parlance, what we should note is that anytime we see this moral concept, just, unjust, fair, unfair, um, uh, good, bad, when we see those moral concepts or what, when there is a dispute about those moral concepts, we should know that there is a moral standard that is being disagreement, ethical, evaluative, only good or bad. When we are judging or unfair, what we are in evaluative disagreement, ethical, evaluative disagreement. I hope we are following. So let's move on. The next will be aesthetic evaluative disagreement. Aesthetic is actually about beauty. Aesthetic is about judging how something is beautiful, how something is adequate, how you appreciate something, showing your appreciation about something. And evaluative disagreement generally is concerned with the evaluation of human action, maybe movie, artwork, music. And sometimes it has to do with the evaluation of how you appreciate a particular work of art and others. Aesthetic evaluative disagreement refers to pervasive, often unavoidable, and deeply rooted disputes regarding judgments of beauty, artistic value. And when you watch a movie and you're arguing about uh, the beauty of the film, whether this one is better than the other one we have watched before, whether this one is when we talk about action film is better than the other one, whether we are talking about a moral standard, or we are talking about how we appreciate the thing, that this one is better, this one is not better, this one is more valuable, this one is more appropriate. When we engage in that, appreciating a certain standard of beauty or the beauty of a film, what we are engaging in disagreement. And this variant of evaluating this disagreement, aesthetic evaluative disagreement occur When one party deems an object beautiful or valuable, while another finds it lacking. Lacking. When you attach a particular value, when you say, I love this one more than this one, and my reason is this, and the other person is saying, no, the beauty you are expressing in this, I'm not even seeing it. What is happening there? Or the person is saying, no, what you are seeing, I'm not seeing it. What they are engaging is aesthetic evaluative disagreement. And despite both of them having access to the same descriptive facts about the object, they still disagree. So each party or disputant makes contradictory aesthetic claim. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes what somebody see, or a person that somebody see and say, this person is very beautiful. The other person may see and say, no, 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 no. This person is very ugly. What is your own standard of beauty that you can characterize this also person as a beautiful person? I am not seeing any beauty in the person. There are some people that when they see a light complexion person, a black complexion person cannot be more beautiful than a light complexion person in their own understanding of beauty. There are some people that black is beautiful. Black, once they see a black person is beautiful to them. So that's their own standard. So when we talk about aesthetic evaluative disagreement, each party or disputant makes contradictory aesthetic claim. And this aesthetic disagreement feature every day in our life, feature every day in our life. In the assessment of music and characters, we often talk about this person is better than this person's act better than this person. I appreciate this person more than this person. When you are doing that, you are engaging in aesthetic evaluative disagreement. So we say that some characters are interesting. Of course, we do say that I prefer this social character. He performs well. He has more action than this social person. Even in a film, we may say, this film is dull. This person is more pleasant in acting. This person is more refined. This person is unpleasant. Even books that we read, novels. Some people will tell you, I read one novel. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. And the way the actors handled issues there, I appreciate it. I enjoyed it. So sometimes it's also about policy, assessing a policy, assessing a policy. Sometimes a policy may be interesting. Somebody may say, no, 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 it is uninteresting. When they have such, they are disagreeing about the beauty of that policy. It also pertains to the use of terms as sweet. When we see something is sweet, this person is saying, oh, this is sweet. This person is saying it's not sweet. This person is saying it's beautiful. This person is saying, no, it is not beautiful. This person is saying, this is fine or lovely. This person will say, no, 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 it is not fine. It is not lovely. This person is saying, it is pleasant. This also is pleasant. This person is saying, no, it is not pleasant. And this person is saying, no, this person is ugly. But the other person is saying, the same person they are saying is ugly is beautiful to me. Or this person is saying, I met that girl. She communicates well. She's very bright. The other person is saying, no, she's not bright. She's dull. The other person is saying, this food, I love the taste. The other person is saying, no, I don't like the taste. So when we see such concepts, or we see people involving in evaluation, especially through those concepts that we have mentioned, like beautiful, love, pleasant, ugly, sweet, lovely, interesting, we know that those people are engaging in aesthetic evaluative disagreement. Let's take one example. The first example is about assessing the dress of a particular individual. Mr. A says, Bimbo's dress, Bimbo's dress is beautiful. Bimbo's dress is beautiful. That's the view of Mr. A. But Mr. B is saying, no, 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 no. Bimbo's dress is not beautiful. It has too many unwarranted colors that are not needed. There are too many in that clothes, in that Bimbo's clothes that you are claiming it is beautiful. Bimbo's dress. Mr. A is saying the dress is beautiful. Mr. B is saying no, it cannot be beautiful because it has too many colors, and those colors are unwarranted. Now, when we have such, we should know that there is a disagreement, and such a disagreement is aesthetic evaluative disagreement. They are disagreeing on whether Bimbo's dress is beautiful or not. The second example, Mr. A is saying Bob Marley's music. This one is about evaluating the music of Bob Marley now, Bob Marley's music. The first person, Mr. A, is saying Bob Marley's music is a fantastic piece. I'm sure many of you know Bob Marley's music. Mr. B is saying, no, I don't agree with you. Mr. B is saying, no, I don't agree with you. Bob Marley's music is rather awful. The tempo is too low for me. We all know that Bob Marley's music is a reggae. It's reggae music. And anybody who does not like reggae music is not likely to enjoy Bob Marley's music because it's a different genre of music. Somebody who believes in classic music, somebody who believes in Afrobeat is not likely to enjoy Bob Marley's music. But somebody who is a lover of reggae music definitely will enjoy Bob Marley's music. So, in all, we have aesthetic evaluative disagreements in the examples we have given. Mr. A and Mr. B are involved in aesthetic evaluative disagreement because they have different aesthetic senses. Of course, for the example, the case of Bob Marley, somebody who loves classic music, somebody who loves Sloan's music, somebody who loves Afrobeat may not be in tune with reggae music like that of Bob Marley. And that is about his taste, it's about his own sense of the standard. So to resolve aesthetic evaluative disagreement, the two parties must first resolve their aesthetic differences. That's where the problem lies. If I'm a lover of aesthetic music and another person is a lover of high life, and I'm saying I love Bob Marley's music, the other person is saying, no, I cannot agree with you. Bob Marley is just wasting his time. It's not a good music. The problem is the person has his own aesthetic standard. The person has his own taste, which is high life and not reggae music. So it's about taste now. So for them to resolve the aesthetic evaluative disagreement, they have to first of all agree on their aesthetic differences. They have to resolve that. If they do not resolve their aesthetic differences, that is, they have to appeal to standards of beauty, literary appreciation, or standard of pleasures. They will never resolve that disagreement. So they have to first of all resolve their aesthetic differences before they can resolve their disagreement. And when they do that, disagreement, because it will make them, both of them, to understand that what the kind of taste or your own standard of taste or aesthetic difference is different from my own. What I call beautiful, my own yardstick for judging something to be beautiful is different from my own standard. Therefore, if we have different standards, what I define to be beautiful is different from what you define to be beautiful. We are not likely to agree. But if they resolve it and say, okay, to me, something is beautiful when it is so, and so. And the other person say, okay, this is my own understanding of what it means for something to be beautiful. They will be able to resolve their differences. And when they resolve their aesthetic differences, they are likely to resolve their the aesthetic disagreement, evaluative disagreement. The next, or the third one in evaluative disagreement is pragmatic evaluative disagreement. Pragmatic evaluative disagreement is a variant of evaluative disagreement where two parties agree on the facts but disagree on the value, merit, or appropriateness of something. On the value, merit, or appropriateness of something. That means they can agree on facts, but the other things they do not agree. One of the things they do not agree is the value placed on a particular something, the merit or appropriateness of something. And all these are often centered on the normative terms. The pragmatic evaluative disagreement is driven to establish a certain standard of evaluation, which each party should adopt in a particular conversation. It is about the evaluation of a team. It could be about evaluation of a person. It could be about evaluation of an institution. And we should also note that in pragmatic evaluative disagreement, we use terms like competent, competent or incompetent, satisfactory or unsatisfactory. When we say something is acceptable or unacceptable, when we say something is qualified or unqualified, when we say something is adequate or inadequate, and so on and so on. So that means it cannot be adequate and inadequate at the same time. It cannot be qualified and unqualified at the same time. So we employ terms like adequate or inadequate, competent or incompetent. Let's look at an example. Let's take one example. An example is a disagreement between Mr. A and Mr. B. Mr. A says, Mr. Brido scored 60% in the aptitude test and he performed well in the interview. So he is well qualified to get the job. That's the argument, or that's the proposition of Mr. A. Mr. A is saying that Mr. Brido, having scored 60%, he was shortlisted, he wrote the aptitude test, he scored 60%. And then when it comes to the verbal interview, he also did very well. And for that reason, he is qualified. So Mr. Brido is saying, or Mr. A is saying that once somebody scores 60% in aptitude test, and the person also performed well in an interview, that leads to qualification. That shows that the person is qualified. That shows that the person is qualified. That means scoring 60% and performing well at the interview leads to qualification or qualifies somebody. But Mr. B is saying, no, I agree. Yes, I agree that Mr. Brido scored 60%. Nobody is disputing about that. Remember, we said that the two parties can agree on facts. The fact here is that Mr. Brido scored 60%. Mr. A and Mr. B agree. But in the aptitude test, and he said, I agree with you. Mr. Brido scored 60% in the aptitude test, but he performed well also in the interview. But I looked at his certificate, he got third class. I looked at his certificate, he got third class. Therefore, he is not qualified. The fact here is that Mr. Brido scored 60%. He also performed well in the interview. Two of them agreed on that fact. We cannot dispute that because it will be there for everybody to see. At least when they were interviewing Mr. Brido, it will be clear to everybody that he performed by responding to the questions correctly and appropriately. But there is a problem now. The problem now, which is their point of disagreement, is that Mr. P is interpreting qualification not to mean scoring 60% in the aptitude test, not to mean performing well in the interview or at the interview. His own interpretation of being qualified or qualification It's about someone's certificate. And he said, the reason why I might disagree with you is because I've looked at Mr. Brido's qualification. He had third class. To him, somebody who had third class is not qualified. Therefore, Mr. Brido is not qualified because scoring 60%, performing well at the interview is not enough to qualify somebody. You must have first class or 2-1 or at least a minimum of 2-2. But in this case now, Mr. Brido is having third class. How can we say that somebody who has third class in his first degree is qualified just because he scored 60% in the aptitude test and he also performed well in the interview? When we look at the disagreement now, we observe that two of them are just with the so Mr. A passing out to test by calling from the interview. But to Mr. B, even if you like 100%, even if you like perform very well, you get the class now qualified. So when we look at this, we see that being qualified now is 6% in the aptitude test is adequate or not. Whether performing well at the interview is qualify somebody to be competent or not, or whether it is satisfactory or unsatisfactory. So there is a disagreement. There is a disagreement. We can also move to another example. Mr. A is arguing that our government is fighting war against corruption, which is what they have been saying. They are fighting war against corruption. Mr. A is saying the government's war against corruption is very important. It's very important. The government war against corruption is very important. For the survival of Nigeria as a nation, it will expose the looters of yesteryears. That means what it means to fight corruption is to make sure you dig deep in the past and expose those that have misappropriated money, those that have looted money in the past years. But Mr. B is having a different view. Mr. B is saying the war against corruption is not relevant to the survival of Nigeria as a nation. It is an unnecessary diversion which will serve as a cover-up for today's looters. That means whatever the government is doing now, according to Mr. B, is just trying to cover up what they are doing today in order to cover up for those who are looting the money today. It's a diversion. It's a distraction. So in these two examples, how do we resolve the disagreements? How do we resolve the disagreements? In order to resolve pragmatic evaluative disagreement, the parties in the disagreement must move beyond just argumentation. They must move beyond that. They must move beyond argumentative technique. They must focus on negotiation. They must try to clarify, to explain the standards in which two of them are using to arrive at their decision. And since the disagreement often stems from differing opinions, there must be a epistemic standard where two of them can accept. There must be a particular standard of understanding which two of them must agree upon. Otherwise, they will never resolve that disagreement. They must say, this is the standard that will, for example, in the case of Mr. Brido, they can go back and say, is it true that somebody who had the class is not qualified? Or when the job advert was made, did they say that somebody who has the class can apply? If somebody who has first class, if it has been advertised that somebody who has third class can apply from the beginning as a standard, if they agree upon that and if it is established that somebody who has third class can apply, now you cannot say that after Mr. Brido has been invited. After submitting an application, he has been invited. He came for the aptitude test. He scored 60% and above. And after scoring 60% and above, he performed wonderfully well at the interview. You cannot now come back and say he is no longer qualified. But it must be established that from the beginning, it was said that somebody with a class can apply. Otherwise, you cannot say that Mr. Brido is not qualified. So let me quickly also rush through the last type of disagreement. That's the fourth one. We have looked at the first one, factual disagreement. The second one, verbal disagreement. The third one, evaluative disagreement. Under evaluative disagreement, we have discussed the three variants. The first one is ethical evaluative disagreement. The second one is pragmatic. And the last one, we have ethical, we have aesthetic evaluative, and we have pragmatic evaluative disagreement. The last type of disagreement that we will quickly look at is interpretative disagreement. Interpretative disagreement. It is important for us to note that interpretative disagreement is actually about the interpretation of the meaning of an action. I hope we will not confuse this with verbal disagreement. We shouldn't. This is about interpretation of the meaning of an action or interpretation of a scenario or interpretation of an event. It also could be about the interpretation of a situation, a situation. So this type of disagreement, interpretative disagreement, it is about, or it is over the focus, theme, or meaning, or even significance, or purpose of a conduct, or a program, or a project, or even a literary work, or a work of art. It is also about the interpretation of a policy. When we have a disagreement, when a disagreement is about fact, word, or about an evaluation, the parties may be disagreeing on interpretation. How do you use this word? How do we interpret what we are saying? Do we have the same kind of interpretation for the same kind of situation? Interpretative disagreement, of course, frequently occurs. In most times, it occurs in academic disciplines or professions. Let's take some examples to illustrate. On the issue of debt relief, we heard about debt relief during Obasanjo's regime. Mr. A says, I just heard that Nigeria have got a debt relief of $50 billion. This is an indication that Nigeria debtors are good people that have goodwill. Mr. B says, no, you seem to be too naive. Nigeria have already paid more than the amount she borrowed. The $50 billion debt relief shows that they just want to support the mass reform. What does it mean to have a debt relief? The first person is interpreting it to mean that you have paid off your debt, and that shows that you are a good person as the leaders. But Mr. B is saying, no, 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 no. It is not about that. It's only about paying about what they have borrowed. And that shows that they are just supporting Nigeria. They are just supporting Nigeria. Now, who is right and who is wrong? Remember, we said that for there to be a disagreement, one person must be right and one person must be wrong. Also, we also say that two people can be wrong unknowingly. There may still be a disagreement. So another example is a situation whereby people are debating about the funding of education, government funding of education in Nigeria, for example. Mr. A is saying the government does not fund education well. What does it mean to fund education well? Or when do we say government is funding education well? Mr. A is saying the government does not fund education well. And to him or her, this shows that the government is not responsive to the youth, because the youth are the ones directly involved in education. The youths are the ones directly involved. So Mr. A is saying that since the government is not funding it, it's not giving enough fund to education in Nigeria, they are not responsive to the plight of the youth. But Mr. B is saying, no, you got it wrong. You are wrong. I agree that government does not fund education well, but the government is responsive. To Mr. A, once a government does not fund education well, it is not responsive. But to Mr. A, if the government does not fund education well, it's not responsive. To Mr. B, not funding education well does not amount to non-responsiveness. So to Mr. B, this shows that the government has other priorities, that government may not fund education well, but that does not amount to not being responsive. That government can still be responsive even when they are not funding education well. So what do we infer? What do we make out of the two examples? In the two examples, we can observe that there is a disagreement. And the two disagreements are about how to interpret the action or the policy of the government. The first one is about debt relief. The second one is about funding education well. And what do we do in order to resolve an interpretative disagreement? The first step we have to take is to determine what is even a good interpretation, because we must have a standard that should serve as a yardstick for us to measure, a standard in which we serve as something we should look up to in order to know when we have gotten the right interpretation, if it adheres to that. So the first step is, what is good interpretation, especially in the context of our discourse. So in doing that, we have to shift our mindset from winning the argument to understanding or how we share our ideas. And what is involved in it is active listening. We have to listen to each other. We have to also identify some assumptions, because before we project, before we move on to some things, we must agree on some assumptions, because those assumptions will help us to move forward. Those assumptions will help us also, will help our different interpretation to start making a conclusion. Sometimes we agree on it, sometimes we disagree. But when we agree on what is good interpretation, and we also condition our mind that it is not only about winning the argument, it is about understanding each other and listening to each other and sharing our ideas together, that will help us very well. And also, when we listen actively to each other, we will reason together, and we will also agree on some assumptions, because those assumptions will help us also to make some inferences, which will help us to understand each other. So with this, to the end of the topic, disagreement. We have been able to define what is disagreement, what are the issues that are involved when we talk about disagreement, what are the causes of disagreement, the types of disagreement. We have looked at factual disagreement, that they are about facts, they are about events, they are about documentation, they are about observable evidences. We have also been able to look at verbal disagreements, which we say that they are merely about verbal utterances, in which when we identify the ambiguous words and we are able to interpret it in the context in which the disputants are able to understand each other, the verbal disagreements will disappear. The third type is evaluative disagreement. And under evaluative disagreement, we have been able to look at ethical evaluative disagreement, aesthetic evaluative disagreement, and also pragmatic evaluative disagreement. And lastly, we have looked at interpretative disagreements. I hope, do we have questions? Questions before we end the class today? If we have any class, any question, we should raise our questions on disagreement, the topic of disagreement. The topic of disagreements. You have attendance code. You just said it. Yes. I should just send it. Yes. Okay. So what do I do to rent it? Just tell the class and send it. Yes. Thank you. We have come to the end of the class. Thank you. So we continue next week with the next topic. With the next topic, the disagreement, the topic disagreement started today and it has ended. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Library 001, and we are going to take Module 7 today. And Module 7 has to do with report writing and citation. Report writing and citation. My name is Sunday Olurotimi Obadare. I'm from the Ezekiah Oluwasanu Library in this university. As we are starting, for the attendance, take this NP9 LM. That is for the first attendance. 9 NP9 LM. I repeat, NP9 LM. So we go on with the lecture. In this lecture, we are going to have an overview of report writing, and we are going to focus on the required steps in writing a research report and citation. It will also provide a general overview of the definition of a report, report writing, elements of a report, citation styles, and the constituents of citation writing. So we are going to look at what is a report. Those are the questions we are going to answer at the end of the lecture. What is report writing? What is a citation? What are the steps in writing citations? Then we'll summarize it for you. So we go on. What is a report? That's the first one. A report is a written presentation of factual information based on investigation or research. You are in the faculty of Agric. At the end of the day, the lecturer may give you an assignment to write a report. So we said a report is a written presentation of factual information. So it should be factual. And the information you are going to give should be factual and is going to be investigated. So it is a document that presents information in an organized format. No, I'm not going to write it in an haphazard form, but in an organized format for a specific audience and purpose. It's a formal, objective, and authoritative document designed and packaged to address a particular problem, investigate an incident, record findings, and make recommendations to facilitate informed individual, group, or management decisions. So they may give you an assignment, go and investigate bird flu. It's a problem in the community. So you are going to do a thorough investigation, give us the records, and make recommendations at the end of the report. So it's designed to lead people through information in a structured way and enable them to find the information they want quickly and easily. So report form the basis for solving problems and decision making, often in business and the sciences. Report writing is a structured way of documenting information about an investigation, a phenomenon, or an event. A report is usually written following a standardized format, thus allowing the readers to find the information quickly and focus on specific areas. For a written report to be effective, these are the things we look for. You should be guided against. Your report should be clear, concise, and accurate. It should be clear. It should not be ambiguous. It should be clear and accurate. Number two, it should be easy for the audience to understand. Write it in a formal way such that people will understand what you are writing. Then it should be appropriate for the audience. Should be that's in terms of relevance. Should be relevant to them and should be well organized with a clear sections heading. So, writing a report. In writing a report, the writer has to be guided by their assignment questions. You follow the question given to you, what are you expected to do, then, and the guidelines and the format and terminology required for various reports. This one may be differ, the terminologies required may differ. So we are going to look at one, the title page. Those are the things that will guide you when you are writing the report. A report must have a title page. The title page gives you the title of the report. The student's name, your number, your matric number, your name, your department. You are going to state all this, including the completion date. Then number two, look at the table of contents. We said it should be in an organized format. So there should be table of content highlighting the steps taken, the relevant topics within that report. So there should be table of contents and there should be abstract or executive summary. This one gives the readers an overview of your report. Without actually reading the whole text, you should be able to see the report in a concise format, just like a summary. And this will encourage readers to have to go forward, reading your report. So abstract or executive summary. This is a summary of the whole report. It outlines the report's purpose, the methodology used, the findings, the main conclusions reached, and the recommendations. It is mainly written in the past tense and should be written last. Okay? Then a report must have the introduction. The introduction. And this outlines the context, background, and purpose of the report. I come again. When you are writing the introduction, we are looking at, there should be the outlines of the context, the background, and the purpose of the report. Times and limits set for the investigation are defined, and it is written in a way, it should be written in a way that will enable readers to quickly identify what the report is about, how the information was gathered, and why the report is needed. So we are also looking at the findings. After you might have written this, the findings or discussion. What was found during the research? After conducting research about bird flu, what are your findings? What are the causes of the bird flu or whatever the problem you have identified? You tell us. Then only the facts are necessary. So you give us the facts, you may give us the tables, the graphs, or the diagrams just to make it more robust. So you are going to give us all those things. And the findings should be arranged in a logical order with headings and subheadings. So for discussion, you may be required to analyze, interpret, and evaluate the findings. Then you have the conclusion. The conclusion. This gives the brief statements of the key findings of the report, and it should be written so that the significant conclusions come first and relate directly to the objective set in the introduction of terms of reference. And it should follow logically from the findings and discussion and must be complete enough for recommendations to be made from them. For the second attendance, let me give you the code 8KKYX. I come again. 8KKYX. So we go on. Then the recommendations now. The recommendations give the opinions of the writer of the report about possible changes or solutions to the problems. So conclusions, recommendations, you are going to recommend based on your findings that certain steps should be taken. What are the things that should be done to rectify the problem? So in your recommendations, you should be able to do this. Then another thing you look at is the references. The sources or authors of different literature consulted or referred to while writing the report are listed. So we are going to make use of the references, that is the book consulted, and so other information where you get us information. You should state all this. Should state all this. So that is for the report. So what is another one is a citation. Citation. What is a citation? Citation is a compilation of all citations of literature consulted during the course of writing a report using the bibliographic features of the information materials. I will come again. Citation is the compilation of all citations of literature consulted during the course of writing a report using the bibliographic features of the information materials. Citation refers to a published work, for example, a book, article, image, whatever, that you used when creating a written work. So you consulted some books in the library, you consulted some authors, state all this so that we know that you actually look at other people's view on what you have written. So a citation is simply a reference to an information source. So let's look at the citation styles now. Citation styles. There are basically 4 citation styles. 4 major citation styles. There is APA style, that is American Psychological Association, APA. Harvard style, MLA style, Modern Language Association style, Chicago Caribbean Manual style. Those are the, then I will expect you to go to the library or consult. Let's know, so that you know all these styles in a practical way. So at your own level, we will expect you to go to the library so that you know all this APA style, Harvard style, MLA style, and Chicago style. So let's look at the constituents of citation writing. The constituents of citation writing. In writing a report, there are 2 constituents in citation writing. 2 constituents. There is a in-text citation. In-text citation. This involves citing the author's last name, year of publication, and the work's page number among the text within the body of the write-up. I'll come again. In-text citation. This involves citing the author's last name, year of publication, and the work's page number among the text within the body of the write-up. For instance, can be Akerele, 2019. Open the bracket and close it. So it's within the text. So for example, you might have Akerele, open the bracket 2019. Within, and observe that sometimes citation could even come at the end of a statement. So you may even have it at the end. It may be within, it can be at the end of the statement that you have made. So there is also bibliographic citation. Bibliographic citation. This is the compilation of all literature citations consulted while writing the report, using the bibliographic features of the information materials. I'll come again. Bibliographic citation. This is the compilation of all literature citations consulted while writing the report, using the bibliographic features of the information materials. It's also otherwise referred to as references. So entries are usually arranged alphabetically or chronologically, depending on the citation style adopted. Example of a bibliographic citations are: 1, Akerele, the initials AO, open bracket 2026, close the bracket. So you now give the title of the work. Then what are the steps in writing citation? What are the steps in writing citation? What are the steps in writing citation? The steps in writing citations involve the following. Choose your citation style, or they give you the citation style that you should use. But sometimes choose your citation style. Find out the name of the citation style that you must use from your supervisor, or what you know, your audience, publishers, or what. So it depends. Your supervisor can tell you, use this style. The publisher can give you, ask you to give a certain style. So it depends. Then create in-text citations. Find and read the chosen citation styles rules about in-text citations, which are usually very thorough. Examples are usually provided that make it easier to learn the rules. We will expect you to go to the library, look at all these citation styles, such that you'll be able to know the format, the arrangement, and everything. So the APA style, the Java style, MLA style, Chicago style. So look at them and carefully study all these. Another thing that you should bear in mind when you are writing citations is you determine the source. You determine the source. After creating the in-text citation, now begin creating the full bibliographic citation that will appear on the references or bibliography page by determining the kind of source you want to cite. I'll come again. After creating the in-text citation, now begin creating the full bibliographic citation that will appear on the references or bibliographic bibliography page by determining the kind of source you want to cite. It may be in books, journal articles, films, web pages, etc. B, study your styles rules for bibliography citations. You study your styles rules for bibliographic citations. The full bibliographic information is required at this point, and every element is important. This citation will appear on the references page, bibliographic page, or work cited page, usually at the end of your work or article. Bibliographic citations usually contain more publication facts that you use for your in-text citation, and the formatting for all of them with respect to the citation style is very specific. I'll come again. I said this citation will appear on the references page or the bibliographic page or of the work cited, usually at the end of your work or article. And the bibliographic citation is usually contain more publications for you. So for instance, rules vary for sources depending on whether they are books, journal articles, or online sources. The author first name will be the initials instead. Sometimes lines of citation must be indented, and names of some sources have to be in quotes, or dates or of publication appear in different places depending on the style. So in a nutshell, you have to look at the different styles and the way they arrange all this. So, and that will guide you appropriately. C, identify the citation elements. Identify the citation elements. Determine which bibliographic rules apply to the source for which you created an in-text citation. Determine which bibliographic rules apply to the source for which you created an in-text citation. So you must adhere strictly to the rules of those citation styles. So you have to know the APA rule, you have to know the AVA style rule, you have to know the MLA style rules and the Chicago style rules. So this will guide you appropriately while you are writing. D, repeat the steps for creating an in-text citation and bibliographic citation for each of your sources. Create your bibliographic citation by arranging information to match the citation style that you have chosen. Pay particular attention to what is and what is not capitalized, and to what punctuation and spaces separate each part that the examples in the citation rules illustrate. So you have to be guided by this and pay particular attention to what is and what is not capitalized. So it's like trying to edit so that you're able to present a very clear and a good report at the end of the day. Then you now give out the summary, the conclusion. So in this lecture, we have discussed report writing. The lecture provides definition of report writing and citation. It also highlights the sections in a report and the citation styles and the steps for writing citation. So, and I may now ask you that you should be able to define the term report. define the term report. Define report writing. And what are the sections in a report? What are the sections in a report? There'll be an assignment at the end of this lecture. So let me quickly give you the assignment before we go on. Pick a journal title and provide a bibliographic citation of the first 5 articles using APA citation styles. I come again. Pick a journal title and provide a bibliographic citation of the first 5 articles using APA citation styles. 2, choose a topic that is suitable for a report and answer the following questions. I come again. Choose a topic that is suitable for a report and answer the following questions. 1, what is the purpose of the report? What is the purpose of the report? Who are the audience of the report? And which style will you adopt when writing your citation? So those are the things you should look at. So in a nutshell, let me give you a recap of what we have taught you today. We look at report writing and citation. We look at the definition of a report. Say the report is a written presentation of factual information based on investigation or research. So it's not just a story, it's about facts based on your research, based on your investigation, and so that the facts that you have obtained, even from the field. So you are giving us a feedback of your investigation. So, and it will address a particular problem as depending on the assignment given to you. It will investigate an incident, the records, it will record the findings, and you make recommendations to facilitate informed individual. So you are going to do this when you are writing a report. When you are writing a report. And there are some things that you should look at when you are writing a report. This one will guide you. The title page, a report must have a title page. A report must have table of contents. It must have abstract or executive summary. It must have introduction. It will always have findings or discussion. Then the conclusion. There'll be recommendations. There'll be references and bibliography at the end of things. So you look at we also mentioned the steps in writing citation, the steps that you should take when writing the citation. You determine the kind of source, whether it's from the book or journal articles, web pages, etc. So you determine the kind of source. Then you study your styles rules for bibliographic citations. So depending on what your supervisor tells you, the style that you should use, then you study the rules such that you'll be able to write it perfectly during the course of your research. You identify the citation elements. Then you repeat the steps for creating in-text citation and bibliographic citation for each of your source. You create your bibliographic citation by arranging the information to match the citation style that you have chosen, by paying particular attention to what is and what is not. So it's like you are editing it, you make it perfect. So a citation equally has a summary and the conclusion. Summary and the conclusion. So for your attendance again, let me give you this code. RA9TS. RA9TS. I come again. RA9TS. We have come to the end of the lecture. Thank you. God bless.